Right, welcome back everybody to the stream. It's been a while since we played on this save, and for YouTube it's been 2 weeks I think. Last stream I had the honor of being on the front page of Twitch, but that was a perk which disallowed multi-streaming. We didn't continue on this main save. Instead I streamed another attempt at doing the same playthrough basically, but at default Dead World settings, for which we had a decent strategy. It's actually looking pretty promising. I will upload that VOD to YouTube in due time as well, as soon as I get it all downloaded and stitched together and exported and re-uploaded again, because it was also broken into 2 parts, so it will take me a bit. For now though, we need a little bit catch up to what we were doing, because I know we were building this super giant mothership which is gonna provide all the Prometheum asteroid chunks for 1800 signs per minute, with like a flight time of 13 to 14 hours, somewhere in that neighborhood. Right now it's nowhere ready to fly, except that we already flew it to above Vulcanus, where we are currently launching space platforms, since we spent all of our 54,000 stockpiled Norwegian space platforms, and then we were out with a very slow replenishment rate. I do remember we set up some space platforms made with extra steel, which currently is not going. I think that's alright. I guess we have just transitioned into purple signs again, perhaps. Alright, and we had set up green belts. I forgot about that. We set up green belts on Vulcanus as well. We've got almost 8,000 undergrounds. We need... This is how the ship is going to look when it's ready. All of this colorful rainbow section in the middle is 4D belt weaving. Basically belt weaving with all 4 colors, and then we've got like 11 of those next to each other or something. And a very, 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 very wide ship to generate all the Prometheum asteroids needed to fill up those belts with 1.7 million chunks or something. Because there's no way that we can fly fast enough to bring Biter X out into the distant galaxy, so we'll have to bring the distant galaxy back to Norvis, and that is what this ship is for. We need 9.5 turbo underground belts and 10k regular belts, so I guess that's a decent part on the way. We've got 14k regular belts and almost 8k underground, so that's probably gonna finish timely. That's positive news. We are feeding this from chests. Yeah, we have just started. There's a long way to go before everything will be launched up. That is a lot of launches. So we might actually want to expand that still a little bit. If we look at the ship right now, we are still missing 28,000 platforms. That's like 560 launches of space platforms to go. I guess we're launching about 6 per minute. That's 100 minutes then. Which means, yeah, let's say 2 hours or so. Hey Johnny the Worm, that's a great username. There's no way I missed that for 23 months. Did you change your username? Now it will turn out that I did miss that for 23 months, and I will be very ashamed of myself. But I feel like I would have specifically remembered that name. Thanks for the 23 months, as well as Fantanizer. Thanks also for the almost 2 years. And NFTs, of course. What are the plans for today? See stream title, finishing the ship. Hopefully that's gonna work. What are we doing after 1000 time signs? I'm not sure yet. There may be an attempt at that world, but that's probably going to be like a side project. It's not going to be a complete playthrough like this one. That one is just about seeing if it's possible to get off of Norvis. If it's possible, then the rest of the game is the same, and I have no intention of doing that entire thing again just to complete it. But yeah, I don't know yet what's next. People have been stalking me about pianodons, but I'm still not sure I even want to think about trying to give that a go. That's scaling in a whole sort of different way than my usual playstyle, which might make it fun, I don't know. At least fun to watch, perhaps. Alright, I think we're gonna start. Hey NFT, you're on both sides, right? Still patient with promised pianodons. That's putting words in my mouth. I didn't promise nothing. Alright. Are we done with the intro? I think we are kinda done. Let's see, what is the plan then? So we are basically filling in the space platform production. Is that even going still or what? Okay, space platform production has dropped for a bit. I guess that's because we are making purple signs now. We were not doing purple signs here, right? Or were we? The only good thing about doing a fully edited pianodon run. People have been editing, but yeah, it's either like 100 hours per episode, which basically tells you nothing of... No, it does tell you something, but you don't really get the experience, right? Or it is just like 1600 hours of unedited gameplay. There is no... I don't think I would be able to edit it. Because to make edits the way I do it, you need to really understand what you're doing, and I have a suspicious suspicion that I won't be able to understand pianodons very well on my first playthrough. So I thought space exploration was hard enough, so to say. Okay, so here we are still producing space platforms, even though we're already... Okay, we have been doing purple signs. And despite that, we still have been producing space platforms, so I guess that's alright. So what's the plan then? So let's take a quick look back. Basically, we want to fill this up at Vulcanus. Doesn't look too bad, but you know, getting sidetracked again. Let's just for fun take the super giant ship, which is going to be featured in the new episode. I think if we delete that and that, we will be able to rotate it. It is a pretty big ship. If we put that on to the Prometheum ship sideways, it fits in the hole, which still has to be built. It is that bad. So that's kind of the scale of stuff we are talking about here. So I guess step one is maybe we strengthen... there are a couple things we need to do. I think the first thing is this is going to be the bottleneck. We need to strengthen the rocket part stuff on Vulcanus, so that we can launch more rockets. Because if we're also sending purple signs up, we're going to be in trouble if we want to do more than this. I was thinking maybe we can build like 4 new rocket silos or something and plop them down here. We can potentially also use these 2 rocket silos, since we're not using them for a while, until we start researching captive biter spawner. So yeah, step 1, strengthen Vulcanus. Let me just note that down somewhere. I have a notepad. I have a notepad with notes actually. Alright. So yeah, we also need to launch up the almost 10,000 green belts and green underground belts. So we might want to do that in those new rocket silos simultaneously with the space platforms. Just start launching them up already. We need to go back to Aquilo, because I forgot when we were there to expand quantum processor storage, and this ship is gonna arrive and it's gonna demand 80,000 quantum processors per trip. So that is a lot. And now we've got like 20,000. So basically we need to multiply this by 5 somehow. And that will be enough storage. And I guess we also want a second rocket silo. I think that was the plan, so that those quantum processors can get launched twice as fast whenever it's necessary. We might do maybe 3 or 4 rocket silos if we can, but I think two should be good for not breaking 1800 SPM. So we need to go back here. But I guess that's less important. I guess the quantum processor 80,000 requirement starts counting only after we launch the ship. It's gonna first fly out to the shattered planet, collect the asteroids, and only then come back to Aquilo. So yeah, we can postpone going back to Aquilo. And we need to... wait, maybe we cannot postpone going back to Aquilo. We need to make more rare railguns. We've got 50 of them. And we've got ingredients for 80 more. We've got a machine that makes 100% quality results from uncommon ingredients here. But it does consume all the fluids, and we might not have enough of those. Let's have a check here. It's 100 fluid per craft, 80 crafts times about 4, because the quality chance is 25%. So it's 320 crafts, which means 32,000 fluid. We've got about 19k in here. And then we've got that is 500 per stack. Got another 20k in here. Alright, we should have enough fluid to pull that off then, I think. And we got some... okay, and we got more barrels here. Okay, we did take back barrels than last time. Okay, so we don't need to go to Aquilo to complete the ship, basically. We're gonna need all of those railguns made to build it on the ship. We need like 100 of them or so, plus some spare ones in case they get backed up. That's the 3 major parts though. And then we need, I guess we also need to restart the Mark III productivity stuff. So we need to capture these biter spawners again. We've got that over here. I think this is meant to be recycled back into bioflux so that we don't need extra Gleba supplies to start it off. We're out of Mark III productivity modules, and the ship requires a bunch of them, almost 300 when it's all said and done. Yes, those are the things we need to do. I think I will reload. We are again fighting against the tech base, because ideally I want to research captive biter spawner to do the biter egg stuff, because we need like over 50 of these spawners. So that's going to be a little bit dicey to get it from all around the base. It might be a fun challenge though. It's 3 million signs, perhaps we don't need it. We could research laser damage instead, which makes all the ships a little bit safer, including the new Prometheum ship. And it doesn't cost all the signs back, so that's good for UPS as well. When we send out the ship, that's probably not going to be great for update time. Let's actually just put that on there. Why legendary speaker? Because I don't have them researched, then I usually make it legendary to show to myself that I don't have the stuff. This is the normal run, yeah. Yeah, this is. I guess I was kind of a space age noob as well, but it's still vanilla Factorio. With Pianodons, I would just be spaghettiing everything until I've got a clue of what I need to do. And then probably need to scrap the entire base and rebuild everything and whatnot. But there's like a ton of options to go in every direction, right? So I'm kind of concerned that it's very easy to automate yourself into a corner if you make the wrong choices. Alright, here we go. Let's go. And new fluid dynamics. They're kind of weird in a way. I think overall it's an improvement, because the old method was also pretty unintuitive. Alright, so first priority is probably making Vulcanus better. And if we want more rocket silos, finally the whole reason we carry all of this garbage on board is in case I need it at some point, you know. And this time we actually need it. If we want to make new rocket silos, we need more electric engines. Don't think we've got any left here. Oh, we do. That's 2 rocket silos. So 2 more. Alright, that's the electric engines. I guess blue chips we can just steal from the base. There's also 2 rocket silos. We're already stretching this kinda thin though. It does look like production is not keeping up with those 5 silos we have going on. This is made to supply 4 silos, and these are slightly slower than the space platform launching silos, so not great. I guess we also have only 2 silos worth of concrete left then. Alright. What about steel? I guess we need to make more concrete then. It's only bricks and my inventory. Let's throw this in a chest for now. And first set up concrete, because that's gonna take a while. Foundry, how does it work again? Concrete. Oh yeah, I forgot you can put productivity modules in here. Productivity modules in concrete. I guess it makes sense then to put it on the efficiency beacons. We need molten iron. And water. So we need to condensate sulfuric acid. It's a temporary setup, so I might just jank it like this. This is supposed to make it into water. Then we got this guy. Oh, this guy is not on the beacons though. So maybe just like this then. And we'll just pipe this water back up here or something. That's the molten iron. 4.46. Bricks go in and concrete comes out. And then we need calcite. That should start the whole process. Probably just a stack of calcite will do. So that is 200 recipes. With 100 waters, that's 20,000 water. 20,000 water, okay, that requires a lot of steam actually. Divided by 90 times 1000 is 222,000 steam. But each 1000 sulfuric acid needs only 1 calcite, so I'm not sure we need that much calcite. I might be making a mistake here. Let's just bring over a chest. With some calcite. This is our last concrete. Okay, that should start neutralization. Alright, so that should definitely make a lot of concrete. Let's put some more stone bricks in there. We've got 1,000 left then for furnaces or something. Yeah, they're not really used for much else, so we can pretty safely just throw all of that away. Let's do also speed it up a little. That requires dividing it up a bit more. Alright, so that should make the concrete pretty fast. Alright, and then the other thing is steel. I'm pretty sure... Okay, wait, what's this? Alright, I overloaded this with tungsten carbide and now we don't have space for these things. I also remember those should be taken out because we're flying back to Aquilo. We're not making quantum processors now anyway, so let's just fly it to Aquilo. I will just force drop one set of those to make space again. Can I do that? No, not really. Unless I make space like this, I suppose. Alright. That should go well then. Why are the streams so far behind the main series? It took a while before I started. I wanted to probably be sure it was possible before I started editing. Yeah, editing is a lot of work, man. Right, we were here for the steel. How is the cal? Okay, the calcite here is pretty far finished as well. Right, that's the steel. There's some leftover steel. And copper. So we got the steel, we got the blue chips, the electric engines. We are making the concrete. So all we need is pipes. 400. And I guess pick up the electric engines, which we dropped. And then we just need to wait for the 2k concrete to finish. We've got 2k concrete already. Okay, that was pretty fast. Okay, that's all the materials we need to make the 4 rocket silos. Do equality. I don't even have Mark III assemblers here. I do have one on. We could get some. Let's say we want only 40 on board. Above Vulcanus, that should drop 7. And we can try for some quality rocket silos. Kinda doesn't make much sense to go for quality rocket silos, but I guess we have this one. All of the rocket silos are maximum speed anyway. We are animation limited with the speed we're at, so faster rocket silos actually doesn't do anything. You know what? F that. We'll use these anyway because now we got them. But instead, we'll have 4 super speedy rocket silos. And there we go, 4 rocket silos. Let's be a little bit economic here, 150 megabytes per save game now. Can you use flamethrower to kill asteroids? That's a good question. I don't think fire works in space with the oxygen stuff and whatnot, but wouldn't be surprised. No, I don't think you can even build them in space. You got to have high pressure to build them. How about the asteroids? Yeah, they're 100% fire resistance. So electric damage and fire damage doesn't work. Right. 4 rocket silos coming up. There we go. Let me just throw a little bit of crap in some chest here. I will sort that as soon as we got time to sort stuff. Don't even think we need those anymore at all. Okay, we got enough belt stuff to do some things. Actually, if we're gonna need more rocket silos, we need more rocket parts as well. I think we're just gonna import them from Norvis since it's only a temporary thing. Which means I think we're gonna send our own ship back to Norvis, and we'll just ask for a set of rocket ingredients. I don't know how many stacks of space we've got on board. Oh. Okay, we've got about 750-ish stacks left over. This is 300 stacks, and sorry, this is 30 stacks, and this is 60 stacks, that's 90. This is 150 stacks, so it's 240. I think we can exactly-ish request 3 of those sets. It's gonna take a while, but it's gonna take us a while to build it as well. Okay, let's see. We are launching stuff at the moment. Okay. I see what's going on. I shouldn't have put it in that group. Well, I guess the bringer of independence is gonna pay us a visit as well, then. It's the Gleba science ship. It's idle anyway. But we don't have as much space here. I think blue chips are gonna be probably more of a limiting factor than the rest. 6,900 on board, alright. Let's grab 3,000 of those, and then we'll come to... I guess it's an interrupt. No, let's just do this as a temporary thing. Schrodinger's passenger to wait. We'll launch that manually. So yeah, this has got to be a new section then. Alright. We'll go to Vulcanus and just force drop it. And we'll pick that up then when it arrives. In the meantime, I should keep my bots in or they will deconstruct the inserters. Wouldn't it be nice if this was aligned? Something like this then. I think we don't want to get them to touch those beacons. Alright, so here comes the blue chips and low densities, they go up. Then they have to come this way again. That's more than a green belt, I think. Alright, what about this? Split it off. And same for this guy. I guess that means we have to prioritize somehow. Prioritize for science. This then prioritizes for... It already prioritizes for science. It also prioritizes for these. I cannot really prioritize rocket fuel. If I do it that way, I need to bring it then down again or something. Or I need to just split it off before that. Yeah, we can do that. Alright, this is a bad idea. A good idea would be doing this with priority to science. Alright, something like that. And then we'll have to see if we can get these up to speed. At least somewhat. Oh, that is already very fast. I think it's 1.83 rocket parts a second, and then it launches non-stop. This is 1.65. So 2 beacons basically will do it. That's already way too fast. Okay, they don't need to be super fast. We'll just go with a single beacon between. That's going to be more than fast enough. Whoa, are the rocket silos too loud? They are pretty loud. I want to copy the distribution system at least. All right. I guess technically we don't need the gap. Can we just align it with something? Maybe with the bottom of this build? Okay, so we got 2 inserters, so we need at least 2 belt spaces. So this, we could do this instead. And then we can just cut out the middle belts and plop it in like this. I think we don't even need the double grabbers, to be honest. Oh wait, no, we do need it for the slow inserters here. I will just keep this then. Let's just bring it down as far as it goes. Just here. This then blue chips LDSs, that should be alright. So that should be starting to make the new rocket silos. New silos. But before we build it, let's actually bring down the rocket parts from that Gleba science ship. That should be done. Okay, those have been dropped, so we send this back to Norvis. And delete the Vulcanus stop again. And this ship is still being loaded. We still need to get all the rocket fuel on board. I think this can go. This can go. This can go. We've got all that stuff already. Not really sure what. Don't think we need that either anymore. Let's clean that up. Alright, so now we just need 9,000 more rocket fuel. Thrusters work because you provide oxidizer to them. Yeah, I'm a little bit late with reading that, but that's actually a good point, isn't it? Alright, that's going to be the new silos. I guess the beacon will be in the bottom then. So that is powered. Alright. But I guess it's hauling time. We need a... I think it would be the best to just put the stuff we bring in chests over here. It should be alright to do this. I'm not sure about this grabby stuff. That's not gonna work if we're gonna be feeding it out again. We do need my armor. Alright, so this is what we got. Technically, oi. If we just feed it out, We should be prioritizing the ones that are getting made on the planet. And just supplying the rest from chests. That is the idea then. Let's spread this out a little bit more. Equal-ish. Okay. And then for rocket fuel... let's just disconnect that. That should disable those... no, they are not disabled. We will move this over. Let's just grab a little. We need more chests for the rocket fuel. Alright, so rocket fuel then could look like this. And then we input priority just what is getting made. For now. That means we can also, we can move everything over. That does not look right. So we're not only supplying those. Alright, yes, we can see what is getting made is getting prioritized because that can be loaded on the back of the belt. At least to this side. This just goes to Cal's side, so should be alright. Isn't actually not working. Oh, I see. Yeah. There's the second belt. Excellent point. These belts are still not full, so we'll wait. Let's have the proper chest distribution. They are not unloaded equally anyway, so it doesn't really matter. That is all the rocket parts redistributed, I think. Alright, yeah, okay, I see. I see what I did last summer. Actually, we can maybe just put it on this building. And then just put another splitter in the line, because why not? Something like that. So we do have some priority of the belt side stuff, but I think I'm not gonna... Everything is put on both sides of the belt, but we're gonna draw prioritized on one side, I suppose. So maybe I should just be loading the side that is used. But I guess we'll see that happen once we got the parts. Speaking of getting the parts, how is my ship? Got everything on board. It's looking indeed pretty full. So back to Vulcanus we go. And I guess I will unload those by hand because I am not sure that it is gonna fit in my cargo bay here. No, that's definitely not gonna fit. And we don't have much space on the ground for an inventory explosion, so that will just delete my blue chips out of existence. In the meantime, we can work on... What are we gonna launch up there? I'm not sure, did I do the space platforms correctly or did I just throw a bunch of stuff in there? It's gonna be a little bit hard to check. More garbage. Alright, so this is what I mean. It looks like the bottom side of the belt is getting used. So I probably should be loading only the bottom side of the belts. Alright, but these things are queuing up now, so that's good. I think we can switch on the silos here. Let's first give them something to load. We can draw from one chest, it appears. I guess we can do one with green belts and one with green underground belts. But actually we're gonna need the more than 2 chests of underground belts for the ship. It's about 10k of both. I guess we'll do this then. And now we just have to fill those chests with belts if we can. So let's see. 16k belts, 8.9k underground. Pretty good. More green belts than I can fit in my inventory. That's awesome. So I guess we'll do... We'll give it 3k belts per silo. That's 12k. So that should be well more than enough than I need. Put the rest back. And then underground. More than an inventory of underground. That's awesome. And here we need, I guess, the full chests really. I don't actually have the... the last one. so that's 8k. We need 9.5k. Alright, so we need still need a little bit more. Do we still have some on Norvies? I think we have underground belts here. Out of regular belts. No, we don't. We have 39 of them. Or do we? Yeah, basically nothing. So we do need everything. That's 2.4k. That's 8.4. 8.8k. So we need another 1000 undergrounds. We're producing 40 a minute, so that's about 25 minutes to produce those. So that has been surprisingly stable. I think space platform production is kind of on and off. This armor is so fast, I'm just skipping over chests when I try to empty him. Alright, almost 3k. I think we're gonna transfer first the stuff from this ship over here. I guess if I should probably just set up a couple chests next. That's a weird way of doing stuff, isn't it? Should probably set up a couple chests next to the silo, and then I can force them down, I think. Above Vulcanus. Oh, this is potentially very dangerous. That's just gonna quickly force everything out. And we don't have that much extra inventory. It is a good point to save in case I mess up. Hey, restart button. That should be on the bingo card. Okay, so how fast does it fill up? Oh, pretty fast, actually. So let's just try to keep up. Alright, I think we can keep up fairly easily. The rocket fuel, okay, the rocket fuel is actually going quite fast. Chest organizing, what else is new? Alright, was it all? I got 9k, I guess I got 9k of everything. Do we send this ship for another haul? Do we have another haul? How is it going on Norvies with me demanding all of that stuff? Yeah, we still got 59k blue chips, 30k rock. Okay, we can send the ship out for another haul pretty comfortably. This guess we can make it come back automatically. these requests have to be satisfied. I guess these are already satisfied. Okay. Loads of... I cannot find my silo area. Where is it? Here? Alright. Alright, so we don't really need symmetric offloading. Or do we? Maybe for the blue chips. The other ones are too compact to worry about. I'm too fast, man, with this armor. I just cannot keep up with myself. Yeah, looks like it's time we actually start launching some stuff. Because this is full. Okay, before we do the rocket fuel, let's start the launching. Alright, we don't have the 1k missing ones just yet. Alright. So we got bells. That's basically the entire thing what we are missing. We are launching up the platforms automatically. 19,500 left to go. That's 1/3 already. And then now we are launching up the bells. Let's request them. $12,000 bells, and let's do 10,000 undergrounds. The rest we can just use on Norvies again. I guess we also want some splitters. I don't even know how many we need for the ship. That's on here. Only 72 for the ship. Let's do 500. And we can start. Alright, so let's watch the first couple ones go up. Just to verify that it's working. And I can grab myself a little bit of coffee. I think that the restart button should, for the next set of streams, or for the next playthrough, that should probably take the center spot instead of me getting sidetracked. That's not even a bingo square, that's just a given. Hey Pinks, thanks for the nice, kind words. I was convinced you weren't going to mess with quality before Vulcanus. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend messing too much with quality on a normal playthrough, but with 1000 times science cost, everything takes so long. And you mine up 1000 times more resources compared to default settings, which basically then give you 1000 times more quality stuff, which is why this entire thing worked. But on default settings you wouldn't get enough to make everything like rare quality, like I've been doing. My base is not 1000 times larger. I think my base is about 20 times larger. But I get 1000 times more rare resources. So that's basically 50 times more rare resources equivalent to default settings. 72 equals about 500. That will 2.0 meeting room. We gotta finish Prometheum science, man. But yeah, the Dead World is looking way more promising than I would have ever thought possible. Okay, looks like this is working. We have properly prioritized. This will go to calcite 50/50, so that's good. Then this goes to the science before going to here. Let's follow it further. It should one more time go to science again, which is this one and this one. Technically we could use those. I think we still need to launch up 500 splitters. Let's grab those. About half of what we made. Those are not really automated because they require the chips in all 3 flavors, but so be it. Yeah, rocket fuel. Looks like it's about time that we fill these chests up. How's it going with the second load of stuff? We are receiving. The good thing about importing all of those rocket parts from Norvège is we should be making a lot of those a lot of these things again in the quality. Come on, zoom. My zoom is a little bit sensitive. In my nice pair of LDS assemblers. The left one is working now as well, and that is going to give us a lot of those quality things. I haven't wired these up to a network apparently. There's about 800 of them already. That's good. Right. So those go in there. We'll take these out. Stuff them in the temporary chest. And that should be like 20 launches worth of splitters. How is it going with the space platform chests? Still pretty far down. Can I get a count, an accurate count? It's gonna be pretty hard. Alright, let's save here. Lots of Vulcan rockets. Right, so before I do anything, we're gonna reload this. I just want to precisely measure the house basically. $24.50 per chest. We got 14.7k left in there. How many do we actually still need? Okay, that doesn't tell me much. 17k. I guess we can look here. Yeah, 17,700. 17,700. So we're missing 3,000. I guess we're missing 3,500. Alright, so that's good to know. We're missing 3,000 and then 500 extra ones as spare ones. Just a couple more, yeah, just a couple more. Why do you need so many rocket parts? Because just launching up those 30,000 remaining platforms, which is like this portion of the ship, is gonna take like 500 rocket launches or something. And I don't have the live production on Vulcanus to supply those, as this was never intended to be. Okay, we do have exactly not quite 3,500 of them. I guess we're gonna be happy with 3,000 then. And we'll take the 500 spare ones from Norvese. I guess on Norvese we're producing again as well. Slowly. Maybe not so slowly. 11k already back in the pocket. Alright. That's like 60 more launches per... No, that's 120 more launches per rocket. Uh, 10,000 of these and 10,000 of these. Actually, this will go twice as fast. I didn't think about that. These launch up at 25 and these with 50 a pop. Is this going to be the bottleneck? It's probably going to be the bottleneck. Okay, we're still getting rocket fuel. Yeah, we still have plenty though, so we are going to be alright. I guess technically we can do something like this and put some of those in here so that we have 3 silos launching those things, and then just use this one for bells after the splitters have launched. Yeah, that should be done pretty fast, so maybe we'll do that. We could technically load the splitters from those, but I don't really want to mess with that. Okay, I have officially run out of rocket fuel because I failed to do this for a way too long time. I was supposed to bring this over here already quite a while ago. So let's do a couple hauling missions. It's not so bad with the fast armor. Alright. I think that is about all we need to do on Vulcanus then. I guess we can grab... What are we limited on? Limited on gears. We cannot really speed it up. We might be able to speed it up actually. We can sacrifice some of these to the greater good. And then it's just a matter of those things. so that'll go a little bit faster. We basically only need to wait for this ship to arrive back. It's got 81, 8200, 8300 of the rocket fuel on board. So yeah, everything is on the way. And then the ship will fly back to Vulcanus on its own, I hope. Time for Forbidden Tech. Yeah, we might need something to postpone. Switching on the entire base again. I think this is 25 minutes. It probably would be best if we don't start Captive Biter Spawner just yet. Because that will require all design specs, which means we don't have the overproduction anymore on Vulcanus to... We don't need the overproduction anymore. We have everything we need. Except for the last couple barrels. So actually we might just be able to... We might just be able to switch to Captive Biter Spawner. Already. I mean, it will still be a while before the ship flies out. This is gonna... I guess we can UPS stress test the base already. If this is working and the huge ship is flying out to the shattered planet, that is as strained as the base is going to be. Alright, let's try for that. We'll try for that. That's gonna switch on everything again. The only issue is I am not entire... Oh boy, it's good we are watching that. We need to prevent this thing from overflowing again. I'm not entirely sure if I want the Captive Biter spawners yet. Or if I want to do it from the naturally generated spawners. So let's be a little bit less precise. How much rocket fuel is there still on board? Alright, it looks like that was all. Question is, do I just send it back for one more haul or not? I send it for like 18,000 things. Divided by 50, that is 360 rocket launches. Well, that's not that many rocket launches of stuff actually. Of course, we got productivity, so 36, I think. Mark IIs. There's actually 500 rocket launches. Right, 500 rocket launches of help. Sounds like it should be enough. We had 600 rocket launches to go here. And then, what, 10,000 of those? That's another 400 rocket launches. And then this is another 200. That's 1,200 rocket launches. Okay, we might need another hole. Since this is like over capacity, we can like supply a third of that from Vulcanus itself. Only. Okay, let's neatly fill it up from the back then this time. We definitely have the legendary logistic bot roleplay bingo square for this stream, that is for sure. Right. Does look like we're using from both sides, so probably the near side of the belt priority is different for that one and that one or something, which is good. This guy is done launching splitters. Let's put the belt plan in action. We'll grab about half of the belts. And transfer them to here. Okay, these are a little bit slower, I think, so... we'll do that then. Now we need to grab 1/3 of these. We got about 7,500 left. There's about one chest then. So this many. Right, so now we got 3 silos launching underground, 2 silos launching belts, and 3 silos launching platforms. That does sound like it's approximately the right ratio. And this artificial infusion of rocket parts should make sure the silos don't really run out. Okay, we're gonna get one more launch. Here we are inserter speed limited, so it looks like at least. I gotta keep those chests full. Alright. So I guess we need to wait then for my ship to come back yet one more time. Looks like currently the plastic ship is being loaded for Vulcanus. Okay, let's see if we have those 1,000 underground belts we are missing. Yeah, we do. Alright, that's nice. 88. And we needed 9.6k. Something like that. Should get all the belts in there. I guess that makes it 10,000. I thought so. Something is off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8,000. How many are on board already? $1,838. I guess we're building some of them. Alright. 24, 48, 72. 82. 83. Alright, that's definitely enough. That's not precisely measured out, but so be it. I think our work here is done then. We got the splitters on board. We got the belts on board. Or we are loading the belts at least. We are loading the undergrounds. And the space platforms are coming. $13k remaining, so slightly over half of what we needed to launch up this stream we have already launched up. You start to get those weird tentacles or something on the build grid here. Okay, the exit has been built except this topological entry. Why is it so much of it manual transport? Because we only need to do it once. There is no way. I'm not gonna have like 200,000 space platforms. Maybe I should have done that, but there's a lot of resources, man, to have sitting around. The problem with making a mall for this playthrough was mainly everything is rare quality way before you normally do quality, which means everything is quite expensive to make. So I couldn't really automate like expensive things like, let's say, big power poles or something. Those require 2 steel a pop. It's great to have those like sitting around, but if I then later need steel for laser turrets or something, And I have just spent my steel, I have just automated my rare steel away into power poles. That's a problem. So I'm kind of making the rare stuff on demand. And the thing is, the demands are so big, I cannot possibly have enough of everything available. So I don't know what I am going to need, and when I am needing something, let's say, okay, now we need 2000 inserters of these. That is a lot of resources. Maybe not anymore now at this stage of the game, but for the entire playthrough it was a lot of resources. So even if I built them all and I had like, let's say 500 inserters in stock, it still wouldn't help because I need 2000 of them, and then I still need to make 1500 of them. So I might as well just make the full 2000 when I need them, because there's no way I could afford to have 2000 of those, 2000 of those. A chest of rare chests, that's a little bit over the top. That is some different course, but whatever. Like 40,000. We needed 40,000 steel to make laser turrets, man. There's no... That is a lot of rare steel. It was just not possible to have everything available, so... That was the main problem with making a mall. It's not that I never build a mall. I did build a mall in the Ultimate Deathville Challenge, a very nice one. But this playthrough was not the playthrough for that, apparently. And it has nothing to do with me being stubborn at all, of course. Fulgora, adopt my playstyle. Throw everything in chests until you get started. For the first bit, don't try to automate everything before switching it on. Just switch it on and use like filter inserters to sort it all into chests so the stuff keeps flowing, and then you have resources available to do stuff with, while the rest of the base keeps flowing and doing the automated part of the things. We have been launching up rockets since the start of the stream. Just to build a spaceship. We are an hour and a half in or so. I guess minus the intro. Alright, so where do we go next then? I think the next stop is just simply north. Look at the weight of the ship just going up. 20,809 tons. Every time we launch some space platforms, they get built and the weight goes up. See if we can catch a building moment. Say, Johnny the Worm, you don't happen to be C-Rex, do you? I guess it's kinda hard to catch exactly where it's going to land. I guess there's always 150 on the way. Okay, there comes a bunch. Yeah, the build pattern is quite random. No, okay, I have a suspicious suspicion. I have a lot of suspicious suspicions after making the last episode. Don't know why I think that's so funny. But I do. I can't help it. Almost must be. It's like a giant mouth or something which is slowly closing in on itself. The eyes. Some sort of weird alien. ship, this one. Alright. Is Novi still launching rocket fuel? No, we are plasticking again. Plastics is a big part of what keeps this silo area busy, and especially the bots, as plastics launch per 2000. We are getting cargo size 3 now, so that's good at least. That'll mean 33% less bots flight, I think. The problem is the quality stuff don't do quality on Fulgora, at least not until not for the start, at least I would say. Okay, how much do we have on board? We are kind of waiting for it, so maybe we'll just accept that we have 2700 rocket fuel less. Yeah, let's go. Let's bring it to Vulcanus. We'll delete those groups, not this one. But let's switch it on manually so I don't lose everything. Because we already have a nice carpet of carbon laying on the floor, so spilling the blue chips and low density structures won't work. There's also no way to filter deconstruct that. So. Right. We'll see if everything fits. If not, we'll build some more chests. But I hope that is going to be enough launching ability to complete the ship. We're also going to enable these now as soon as this completes. Let's do a UPS check. And now we're having a fairly cheap technology, only purple science is required, none of the interplanetary ones. Alright, this is max speed. 130-ish, 135-ish UPS. Slightly more than 2 times game speed. That is promising. Well, I know that ship takes a lot of processing power, I'm pretty sure. But will it take as much processing power as the rest of the planets combined? I hope not. Actually, no, that's not true. All of the other planets are idle. That is the idle-ish. That is the issue here. Alright, so where do we go first? I think we go first to Aquilo, because the ship is not ready. So we cannot really bring it back to Novis and start launching our belts and whatever. Let's put this one on the bar. This one is already built. We do need to make the productivity modules. And there's a bunch of stuff we need to make on Novis still. So maybe we should go to Novis first. I kind of want to fly back on this ship though. Yeah, it's gonna take too long. Guess our ship should be here again. Let's switch this on. I do have my inventory empty, so we should be alright for the last time. Actually, I think it's pretty soon it's time for the supercut. There's no way that entire supercut is gonna fit into one video of this series. I just today I finished the episode yesterday. It's on Patreon now. It will come on YouTube next week, next Friday. But the point is, I saw it was it's a good point, right? If there was going to be a split point, there should be a pre-space era and a post-space episode of a 9-hour supercut, I suppose. So it's a good point to split. I put everything in the editor and cut out the duplicate parts from the last time, blah blah blah, and whatever. The repeating stuff I usually have at the front to get back into the story. It's 10 hours. The maximum video length on YouTube is 15 hours. It's 11 hours and 55 minutes. So I only got like 2 hours left. There's no way the rest of the playthrough is gonna fit in 2 hours. So we do have the material for the first supercut. I was kind of thinking of cutting out the extensive battle scenes of the red ammo era. Don't know if I should do that, but that's a lot of fighting. I think rocket fuel might actually be the weakest point. How did I look at it like this? I'm gonna keep 1,000 blue chips aside. The point being, I might be able to fit everything in one video then. I think it's still not gonna fit though. So it's probably gonna have to be a two-parter. No matter how I slice or cut it. Okay, that's probably not gonna fit. Yikes. I don't see any rocket fuel going on the belt. Okay, bot speed 3 is in. We will get rid of it somehow. Captive biter spawner. The nice thing about this giant Prometheum ship is that we can send it off into space and it will only come back like 9 hours later or so. And I messed up. Okay. Ooh, and the last save was 24 minutes ago. I might be able to save my science graph. Alright, so we do need something else to research, which doesn't require a Gleba tech. Something useful but cheap. We could just get started on laser damage 9. I guess we're gonna get that eventually. Or throw mining productivity in there. I think I want laser damage 9 more though. But we might overcompensate a little bit on the science per minute. So we should have 5904, but I think the belt buffer, if the laps stop, the belts keep flowing. I think the limiting factor was either space signs or red signs. We're gonna have now 5950 SPM for a while, so that might get me there. The line does seem to be higher. Yeah, okay, so we are higher, 5951 SPM. Hopefully that'll cover the gap, not in the 10-minute range, but... Oh boy. It is visible in the 10-hour graph, apparently. Oh boy. And we do have a small dip here as well, where we had a similar issue. And overall we still kept 5904, right? Okay, I'll just throw some manual red signs in there then. Alright, our ship is empty again. I think we'll fly to Norvis first. The Aquilo can wait. We got 20k quantum processors in stock. Alright, I think we need a little bit more space in here apparently. Some stuff got dropped on the ground. We got 20k quantum processors in stock and we need 80k, so we have all the time that the Prometheum ship will be out there to produce the missing 60k, which should be alright, I think. So if I want to research captive biter spawner, I should re-enable Gleba signs. Where is my rocket fuel? I just throw it in here. Alright, I'll keep 500 low density structures as well then. There comes the plastic. Right, so then I need to pick up my inventory wherever I left it. I'm a little bit of a mess this stream, man. Everything is going everywhere. I am a little bit worried about rocket fuel running out. I guess we'll keep an eye on that. I really don't see where I threw my inventory. Not here. Not here. Ah, okay, it's over here in some random chests. Alright. Let's throw it in these slightly less random chests over here. Except for my armor. Now somehow we need to launch that. But all of the rocket silos are busy. I guess we'll hijack the signs then. Alright, so that's my armor, and then I can just use this one to fly myself, if I had at least remembered to throw my ammo out of the gun. I don't think I need ammo anymore on this planet. Let's just walk around without it next time. Alright, so we are off. There's an F. And we're back. The 2-hour-long episodes of fighting was a lot. I didn't find a different way to capture the essence of the fighting without including some of the actual fights. So that's why those episodes were the way they were. Right. Same way that I couldn't really find a good way to capture the essence of exploring Vulcanus, the initial drop down on Vulcanus with the usual voiceover style. So I chose a different type of edit for that as well. I hope you're gonna like it. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how the Vulcanus Day 1 episode turned out, so my hopes are unreasonably high. We don't need nothing. Now, while we fly back, we should probably send the Gleban science ship to go to Gleba again. But before we do that, we first need to enable the rocket silos again. But before we do that, we first need to rotate all of the inserters again, which do the science stuff. Eventually we'll automate that as well, but now it's such a rare thing that we needed to do it, so we haven't really got anything for that yet. It's not in the bot area. I could have had the bots take out the signs. That's probably the easiest way. Alright, so we're launching those. That means we do want the Gleban ship to start traveling to Gleba pretty soon. But not quite yet. A couple of these silos need to fill up ideally. Meanwhile, we are back on Norvis. A little bit more asteroids than we need. I do indeed, I would like space platform to space platform transfers instead of having to drop stuff down back to the planet and then just sending it out again. Hey, it's been a while since we were here. Actually, no, we started over here. I think this chest contains all the stuff we still needed to do. So we crossed this off the list. The turbo bells have been taken care of. As well as the space platforms, I suppose. However many that were. Over 30k we did on Vulcanus. That is all behind us now. We already did the fusion stuff. We did the laser turret stuff. The Norwegian belt stuff. I guess we can check that right now. We have 16, 15 and 13k. And 39 without the K for the green ones. And I lost the count again. 16, 15, 13. 16, 15, 13. We have the belts. We have the belts we need for the spaceship, so those are done. So we only need to make the Mark III modules and the railguns, I suppose. I do want to be on Norvis whenever we start producing the productivity modules. Let's first collect the rest of the laser turrets. I don't know where I put them. I think I put all of them maybe over here already. It's probably time to send the Gleba spaceship. Lead the passenger. There we go to Gleba. Yeah, the last rocket silos are getting loaded. I don't want that to happen to... I don't want the ship to arrive too early, or these will already start collecting 1,000 signs again. Because we have been trashing the signs all the way through, this should be pretty fresh. It is. Alright, ship is about halfway. And the last silo is being loaded. That's perfect. And then we have to wait like a little bit longer before we switch. Let's say when the second load of signs comes in, we can switch over to the actual Gleba tech. So now we should get a nice simul launch. As soon as this guy arrives, which is soon. Let's just watch the Gleba launch. It's been a while. Unfortunately, it's not night. There we go. Right, that should immediately... Where's the G? Oi. That should immediately send the Gleba science ship back again. There we go. Bye, Gleba. It's always a little bit of a mishmash to do that. I think we're going to Aquilo first then. We have steel on Aquilo and concrete. We should be able to borrow some blue chips, pipes, then the electric engines we still got on board. My ship left me. Yeah, we still have electric engines for at least 3 rocket silos on board, so that's going to be good. We should organize this mess at some point as well. But I guess that's going to be post. $19K rocket fuel remaining. This is not gonna last, is it? I think we don't have a choice, really. If we want to focus on getting that ship built as soon as possible, we have to go not to Aquilo, but back to Vulcanus. Let's start by at least launching up rocket fuel. We can... Let's hook these chests up. $13K of both blue chips and low density structures remaining. Where's the rocket fuel? That doesn't look like 13k to me. Yeah, that's only 3k. So we are behind on rocket fuel. That's basically everything we've got. We're eating to the 3k pretty fast. Let's just launch rocket fuel and then just go back to Vulcanus, I suppose. In the meantime, what can we do? While we are launching up all the rocket fuel, the plastics goes first apparently. Let's bring some order in this madness, I suppose. We don't have any green ones here just yet. I think the red ones are overrepresented because we use those a lot. Let's make sure those are in there a bit more. Blue belts, yellow and blue undergrounds. Something like that, then a stack of these, a stack of these. Let's just bring all of those. I don't know if we have splitters there, but let's put those in there as well. $2k left, okay, it's getting a bit critical. I guess we should probably be starting Gleba signs again. We're back on the way to Northeast, we got 15k. I think it's time to switch. Now switch to captive biter spawner. Something like that. And this time, tax should stay high. Let's check signs in the last hour. Did it cost us? It might have cost us the 1 signs. Okay, this one is definitely more visible. Or is it? We'll see if we can fix that or not. I forgot the blue belts. guess, and the splitters. And then inserters. Oh, the onslaught of sound, dude. Okay, we got pipes and undergrounds. Laser turrets, I guess we need those, all of them still for launching. Let's go with 4K walls, 4K repair packs, we still need to take those. Don't think we'll need extra thrusters, but let's throw them in there anyway. So we're gonna need those asteroid collectors as well for the ship still. I think I'm a little bit early with doing this. Okay, so all I need is a stack of blue bells. We are launching rocket fuels, that's good. By the time that rocket fuel is done, we'll get back on board. I guess we have these in there because actually we are using them for something. And then the stack of blue bells, that should be all. For now. $1K rocket fuel remaining. Still 0%, even though we are researching at 6,000 signs per minute. Gotta love it. How long is this gonna take? 8.5 hours. That's exactly the enough time in which the Prometheum science is expected to be back. So that is beautiful, really. We can use this to make some Mark III efficiency modules. That's a small task, I suppose. Don't want to really set it up automated. These require 5 spoilage. So I guess we'll just match our 600 spoilage with 600 blue chips. That's all my blue chips which I still have left here. That's not great. Okay, right. So maybe I don't want to do that. Because this is gonna, if I take this, that's gonna switch on this blue chip consuming stuff again. Which I don't really want to do at the moment. So perhaps we'll just feed it the one stack. Because that's going to be much more costly in terms of Mark II efficiency modules if I automate that. Either that or I just do this. I don't have a source of blue chips anymore. I could have a source of blue chips though. I have like 300k rare electronic circuits. I have 500k uncommon blue chips which you could recycle and try to upcycle. I've also got an obscene amount of uncommon red chips, almost 800k. So maybe we could set something up to upcycle that. Okay, let's not worry about it then. We'll just let this thing roll. So sure. 600 means 480 of those things. How many did I give it already? It looks like just like 70 then. At 450. Something like that. So now these things will be active again, eating up my blue chips. But yeah, we'll fix that when we need to. Let's just throw the mark trees in the active provider chest. Those will get put back appropriately. I think it's then the highest time for us to... Oh god. Well, if they destroy the power pole, they have no more lights. For the rest, everything should survive. We are still launching rocket fuel. I think we should be almost done though. 11.3k. Alright, let's go back to Vulcanus. Before we... run out of rocket fuel there. See if they snipe the power pole. Yeah, they did it. No more lights. Your own loss, Johnnies. Okay, we are out of rocket fuel on the planet, actually. So let's stop requesting this. We are going to Vulcanus already. So we are completely out. Or are we? At least the chests here are completely out. Looks like the inserters cannot transfer it fast enough. At least we have it. We are still having stuff to make rockets then. Okay, here we go. We'll auto drop everything on Vulcanus again, except only when we're ready. Yeah, okay, we're officially out. %1 on captive biter spawner, hooray! How are these chests looking? Okay, they're actually almost done. Did I panic too early? The belts are done. No, not quite. I think the infusion is still welcome, but maybe I overreacted a little. I think my chat is no longer working. Yeah, okay, I don't see my own chat anymore. Wait. Something is off. Chat is no longer on the screen, is it? Or it was not on the screen all the time? Right. Yeah, it was my mistake. Yeah, right. There we are. Chat on screen. Sorry about that. It looks like it was not on screen for all the time. I don't need my stuff, so I don't know why I'm going to take it. I only need to supply rocket fuel to Vulcanus. Oh, look at that. The hole is almost filled. Just the one tree of space platform still has to be filled up. 900 left to go. Not a hole. It is not a hole in the spaceship. Doesn't count. It's not a hole. It goes all the way out here, out of the back. Let's not think about what that represents. I should be doing this. Let's now put my stuff in here then. And we should be getting the rocket fuel shortly. Don't have my fast armor on me this time. How many chests is 12k anyway? About 12 chests, I suppose. Alright. Wait, what? 501? What was that? 501 entities under attack? Ah, no, I think it's 501 things couldn't be placed on this. Yeah, okay. It does that sometimes with the space platform stuff. And rocket fuel is completely out. But there we have it again. Yeah, okay. It's not stuff under attack. It is just stuff cannot get placed. So that's fine. These rocket silos are all completely out now, so it did make sense to come back. I keep telling myself that. It does make sense. We didn't come in vain. Let's just throw some rocket fuel in there directly then. Yeah, you cannot make holes in the spaceship. It's attempting to fill in one of those things before it finds the end or something. The ship is almost complete. At least the ship floor is almost complete. The ship itself still will require hundreds of rocket launches with actual stuff to go on the floor. Right, hopefully that'll balance stuff out a little. To at least give us a nice start if we ever need to build something like this again. Hey Spock. Totally intentional carbon floor decorations. Yeah, strange story, but it actually was intentional. Believe it or not. Well, we intentionally threw it on the floor. It was not the intention that we needed to throw it on the floor, but we needed to do it. And that was that. Right, so I guess we can quickly check how it's going with the supplies. There's still a lot of undergrounds to launch. But those still should be available in the chests here. Oh yeah, so it did make sense to come back, since now we're going to be using all of these to launch signs. Which means we wouldn't have been able to finish the ship without coming back. And that's the final storyline. That's the way it's going to go in the edit. And you cannot convince me otherwise. Alright, let's go. There's no calcite ship, so let's use that one to get back to my own ship. You know, that's a missed opportunity to fly back on this ship, isn't it? I know, we cannot fly back, we're still waiting for the rest of the supplies, so it still should stay here. We can go back to Norvis. I think we'll take care of Norvis first and Aquilo last. We can take care of Aquilo once the ship is actually flying out to the Shattered Planet. I think we should be watching the completion of the ship, really. 100 space platforms left. Out of the 110,000 or so. Building it one at a time. Because all of the other space platforms would make a whole. Do you remember the decided storyline when you get to this episode? No. And I don't make... well, I keep notes, but I don't rewatch my streams to make the series. Have you not killed Biter Base yet? We've killed one. The one that was required to get the achievement. And then we decided that would be it. We're gonna keep the rest around. I will probably make a time lapse for the edit where I set everything up correctly with everything in the cargo base, and then just build it all out in one go. Those are the kind of things you can do for the edit, and especially building the entire surface. That's going to be nice. Alright, 110,000 space platforms in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, completed. That is a large ship. Right. That means I am going to enable this guy again. I should have put this back in there, but oh well. Because one of these is supposed to bring those, actually all four, but they are supposed to bring tungsten carbide up there. Actually, let's just enable all of them again. 4 launches at a time. If we need to. So now we're just launching up the last of the belts. Then we can call over the ship. We can drop down to Norvis. I think we can, if we decide to stay on Norvis to build the ship, instead of going to Aquilo to do unnecessary quantum processor stuff, we can probably start with the productivity module Mark III's. It's a little bit scary. Some more barrels, I don't know what to do with these. Just put them in here. Don't need any of those. I do need my armor. I guess we do want to kinda repair the damage. On the Johnny silo. I cannot do that until I pick up my armor. Guess let's first do the Johnny dance one more time. Need to avoid most of the fire and try to keep them from hitting other stuff. You can help a bot repair. You can repair twice as fast. Started getting a little bit dicey though with my mech armor. Okay, I think we did it. So let's go pick up that running armor. How is it going? This might be the base the stage where something in the base fails, since all of the signs is on everywhere. Although it will take a while before we start launching up signs. The Aquilo Explorer is above Norvis. We are bringing down the sign specs now this time. Okay, so that'll take 64,000 more sign specs dropped before we fly off to Volgora this time. Alright, let's check this chest one more time. So this is done, the belts are all done, the green belts are done, space platforms are done. We did make the efficiency modules now. We have the fuel cells. The fusion reactor is already built. We do need to make the railgun still. That is one of the things. And then the other thing is the Mark III productivity modules. Those are the final steps. So I guess we need to start up the biter bases. Do I need to take anything to do that? I do need to take supplies. Forgot exactly how much I need. But we have the burner inserters fed with wood as one should. We've got the bot rockets to capture the biter bases. And then we've got this to recycle into bioflux to feed them. quite remember the numbers. We have 8,000 of these, so I guess those are the numbers. Okay, if we don't need to take anything, let's throw all in here except the bots and this. We can actually do this to expand the inventory drastically, I suppose. And then we might be able to take everything at the same time. I don't want these to run. The rare Mark II productivity modules, they run if we have less than those. We're gonna take those. But since we're also gonna be making a lot of uncommon ones, that is going to have a significant chance of producing rare ones again. So we might get the rare ones from uncommon chips. So I guess we'll just temporarily switch these off somehow. Maybe just by doing this. No output inserter. Okay, that'll work. Alright, so if I take 8,000 of these, let's just have the bots bring them over. That means these should start working again. Alright. And these want to start working again as well. Ah no, not yet, because we didn't take the rare ones yet. Okay, got 8,008. That means I need 10,000 blue chips. And 10,000 red chips. Alright, and then we need these. Let's say 2,000. That means I need 2,500 blue chips. And 2,500 red chips. I hope it fits. Beautiful. We still have space to spare. That's only one shipment. That used to take me a long time to transfer all of that stuff. We might still have space to actually take our inventory as well. I don't think we'll be needing it. And let's fly without in case I mix up some stuff. Several that were not full stacks. Oh, I see. I have a couple one missing. Not a super big deal, but we like the precise numbers, don't we? So let's fix that. Hello, Johnnies. Okay, I was just about fast enough to escape that. Man, it's been such a long time ago since we built all of this. Why does Zeus refuse to give us an example? Don't quite remember how long 100 bioflux lasts. I also don't quite know. Dang it, we might need more biolabs. Actually, it's for that research productivity stuff. Since that's a 120-second, I forgot about that. That's 120 seconds per science pack in contrast to 60 for basically everything else. which means we need twice the labs just to research that one tech at the same tech base. That is fairly annoying. Right, so how did we load this? This contains the biter eggs. I guess we'll throw these in there. And then the red and blue chips can go in here together. That should make the Mark III's directly from rare biter eggs. And this went in here. This seems to suggest that I need more. One side has the modules, the other side has the... I think this side has the modules. Alright, so one side with the modules. Then one side with the chips. Alright, so that's everything but the biter eggs. That's a good start. If I had circuit network research, I could have placed an alarm or something if we ran out of stuff. Now we need to... These are 21 biter bases. So we need to recycle 420 of these. That gives us... 2100 bioflux, right? Start biter egg prot mod stuff. I think if we build a second lab setup, we're just gonna make common labs, I think. We'll just copy this but make it longer. Basically make it 60% longer somewhere. For when we are researching that research productivity. Just a tactile section somewhere in a distant corner. I don't want to look at it. This is our beautiful lab area. Yeah, they don't deserve rare labs. We're not going to make rare biolabs for research productivity. We're going to boycott that stuff. Alright, so that should give us bioflux. I guess we're just hand feeding, like always. How many can fit in there? So all of the... that might be a problem though. All of the biter eggs are gonna be recycled into uncommon or better. And then they flow down to here. They used to get eaten up by the biolabs over here. That's no longer gonna be the case. So we might need a lot more modules to actually pull this off. I could do only 50 bioflux per biter base to start off and just see how that goes before we go all out on that, because I think our production rate of modules might not be up to par. We're producing about 16 a minute. Alright, let's be careful then. We'll keep half of that in there. Garbage, garbage, garbage. And half stacks of bioflux. We do, however, need to capture these. I guess here we go then. And that should start the entire process. It's a little bit scary. Alright, that's all of them. Now we just wait for them to transform. Let's grab the last coffee. One bioflux is 1 minute, alright. So that should be 50 minutes then. They blink when they don't have food, so that makes it easy to understand which ones I had and which ones I didn't have. Okay, bite rags are going on the belt. Let's see if we need to make some adaptations here. This is just priority outputting. Okay, this is just a shortcut to make these eggs go back so they don't go on this belt. On this belt they would just go the long way around. So they would go past the labs. They still go past the labs. I guess there's not too much we can do about that. Then they come back here. And they get fed in back into the queue. I guess it's technically better to... I don't know if it was better to priority input. So all of them get recycled. This might take a while, but you know we have a 75% chance of consuming the egg. So I don't think any of those should survive enough cycles to hatch. This is the idea. We're going to get the uncommon ones and the rare ones coming down the belt. No rare ones just yet. Those will be divided over the uncommon Mark III productivity module things. We got 12 of those. Hopefully that's going to be enough to keep up with bite rag production. And yeah, then we got these chests feeding it the rest of the stuff. 25%, no sorry, 16% chance to get a quality result. If it's the other 84%, it's gonna get recycled. The parts are gonna go back into these assemblers, including the bite rags, which get prioritized. If it's rare quality stuff, it goes on this belt and will start floating around on this belt, and then we just hope to God that these sailors picked it up and put it in here before anything hatches. Alright, that we already have made 6 new, 7, 8, 9 new Mark III productivity modules. This thing is working exceptionally well. I hope it's not working too well, that remains to be seen. Right, so it's going... I kinda wanna do the full stack of bioflux though. Kinda do really wanna do it. But let's wait. I think that is this done for now. We just need to keep an eye on it. B. Let's see how the Vulcanus ship is doing. That thing might be ready to fly back to Norvis. Yes, everything is on board. 500 bells, 10,000 underground bells, and 12,000 regular bells. That is a lot of stuff. That's all the stuff we need from Vulcanus, basically. And the ship is completely built. At least the floor. So... Alright. Let's fly it back to Norvis, I suppose. It only needs to go there once. Look at that. Pretty slow acceleration despite all the thrusters. Well, the ship weighs 23,000 tons, so what do you expect? Yeah, let's speed it up a little bit. If I speed up enough, I can scroll slowly. Nice. Center point. Oh, we already passed it, alright. 120 UPS. Of course, it's not flying to the shattered planet now. I actually did check the belt storage thing, which can house the 1.7 million asteroids. And it actually doesn't do that much. It was like a 5 UPS difference to have the belts with all the stuff on there or not. So the belt storage part of the ship shouldn't be too heavy. It is purely going to be the asteroid mayhem. Right, so the metallics and carbonics belts are completely backed up. These things are still filling up with water for the buffer. The oxides are the rarest ones, and no matter where you are in the inner solar system, the oxides are the rarest ones. Alright, we're getting close to Northeast. We're still accelerating, by the way. It might be because we just crossed the halfway point. Yeah, once we get to Aquilo though, this belt is going to fill up quickly as well. Since that is pure ice almost. Is it really possible to go to the shattered planet with only lasers? I think yes, if you have enough laser upgrades. We don't. We're going to have railguns on board for this one. We did finish the game without railguns, only laser turrets. So we did go to the solar system edge without a lot of extra infinite damage upgrades. But for the shattered planet, no, we had an interesting strategy to go to the solar system edge, so to say. Now we need to actually harvest asteroids in sizable quantities, and that is just not possible with laser turrets only. Right, we have stopped at Northeast, although we are still going to be slowing down for... Got the visible planets in space mod, but the planets are not visible. I want to file a bug report. Where is my visible planet in space? We are blotting out the sun with this ship. Or at least the planet. Let's check out what's going on here. Right, so we got some of these again, I guess. Let's take them. Whatever we got now. We need 60 of them to upgrade whatever we've got right now. Let's go build that ship, man. We have everything we need, except for the modules, but those are being made. This is gonna be fairly epic. I hope. Let's ask the 120,000 fish for good luck. Game name Factorio. What's the planned schedule for the ship? We're gonna move out until we have 900,000 asteroids on the belt. Then we turn around and we should be full with 1.7 million by the time we get back. Have a quick stop on Aquilo to pick up a quick 80,000 quantum processors. Then come back to Norvis and we'll be launching the Biter X up fresh from the nest until the asteroid count drops below like 100k or so again, and then we'll send it out again. 13-hour cycle, if I remember correct. So let's first go to the Johnny silo. And that did not have the intended effect. This was the idea. Okay, that'll launch immediately. Because we are upgrading the modules from this thing over here There's Mark 2s in them right now. They will be upgraded to Mark 3s. In the end, maybe not really necessary. I didn't know. Let's just launch these as well. I didn't know how the asteroid balance would be, but as it turns out, we have way too many asteroids. I guess, yeah, we're not making rockets. We're just doing railguns and lasers. So we don't have a lot of stuff going into... A lot of asteroids need to... Sorry. We don't have a lot of asteroids which need to be processed into stuff to supply the weaponry. Right, so... Oh boy. This is going to be a stupid amount of stuff to move. Let's just check. So if I just mouse over on the blueprint, look at the bot slowing down. Okay, 15k, 15k, 12k. We're gonna need to start collecting some of that stuff. I guess we'll have the bots bring it here. Wait, do I have only one chest? That's what I mean, man. A mall doesn't get me far, you know. I got like, okay, 2,000 of these belts in here. I need 16,000 right now. If this was quality stuff, no way I could have kept all of that on board. So let me just... How many did I need? 12k of these. So that's all of 6 chests full. Don't even have enough requester chests over here. Let's grab a couple more. 1. 9. Alright. We need also 15k reds and greens. That is 10k. 16k. And I guess then we need red ones. Let me just grab those. Alright, I want to be exact here. Okay, so we're still waiting. I guess we can... do that. $15,752. We need 5 more stacks basically. We need 1 more stack basically. Alright, we'll let that break. I think we need to, despite having the 20 things in there. We're gonna need more chests to store all of the stuff, man, for that ship. This is such a massive amount of things. Yeah, let's grab buffers because they cannot accidentally drop stuff back in there. Right? Temporary extra buffer chests. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bot storm. Okay, plastics. I hope we have enough oomph left in the tank. That is 16,000 red bells. And we should have 16,250 of these. Okay, we do. That's the red bells we need for the ship. And then finally the blue bells. All right. There's most of the stuff for the belt weaving part. And I guess we'll supply the rest of it as we go along, but that should set us up nicely. I think it's time to paste the blueprint and let the rockets fly where they may. $2,200. Paste the blueprint. Oh man, that's been a while coming. We've literally been building this ship for like, what, 4 streams now or something? Something stupid like that, but here we go. That is the part which is going to be settled, and I have a little bit on board here which still left from design stuff. I should be able to paste this. I think way too many arrows are trying to be drawn on the screen. I should be able to paste this without shift clicking. So let's try for that. Click. There we go. The green bells will get built already over the entire length of the ship. That was gonna take a while. Zip, zip, zip. I guess the center section also will get built. Auto request missing stuff. Here we go. Some of that is going to be available already. Other stuff we will have to supply. We'll see how it goes. But that's pretty good. This is going to be counting up for a long time, I'm pretty sure. No underground bells have made it yet into the count list. We do have some belts on board. Too slow to catch up. Maybe I can catch the next wave. Okay, we're already out of yellow, green and blue belts. Okay, there goes the count for the underground belt types. Guess the rockets should be busy. This ship is going to be busy building itself for a while, that is for sure. Alright. So now whenever we're not launching plastics or whatever, we're going to be launching up like 20 full chests of underground belts and whatever. And I guess we do want to take a look at... Maybe I should just piece this into a hypothetical chest so we don't get the lag every time. We have the space platforms, 115,000. We've got the underground belts and the green belts. We need to supply 6,000 red belts, 4,500 blue bells and 3,000 yellows. 4,000, 6,000 red belts. Let's grab a couple more. Give it 5,000 blue belts and I guess 4,000 yellows. add just don't really know where to put it. Alright. So that is the bells. The lasers are already there. Those will get launched over time as well. I think we emptied out this entire thing. I'll just keep the laser turret symbol on there. Do we have any more? I think no, that's all of the ones we had. They're already over there. Okay. So laser turrets is a question. We need the inserters, 1.5k. And 200 regular ones, okay. Okay, the pipes, 400 undergrounds, and 700 or so, let's go with 800 regular ones. That's the pipes. Modules will pick up later. Splitters are on board. Asteroid collectors are already there in chests. Railguns we still need to make. Cargo bays are on board. Fusion reactor is on board. It's like a stack of these guys. Most of the beacons will, some of the beacons will be on board already, but not all. So let's grab 2 stacks. For sure 4 beacons were on board already. The thrusters were on board. Stack of power lines. I think the rest is just scraps. Thruster, the crushers. We've got all of that stuff over there. I'm gonna assume I took care about that, I think. Take a stack of tanks. Lights. Modules we're gonna collect last. 20 rare foundries and 20 rare chemical plants. Alright. I guess some of those are all on board already. Fusion reactor, we got those in a chest already there, I'm sure of it. More modules. 4 uncommon pumps, those are on board already. Still building the green bells, those were on board from the start. Oh boy, that's a pretty long line. Is the list complete, or are we still counting? We are still counting. We are still counting the entities that are missing. I guess we can drop the empty barrels down. I guess we can also drop the water barrels down. Raiders, I guess they are on board already. And the substations as well. Yeah, raiders are there. The uncommon pumps are already there as well. They are specifically uncommon because of their pumping speed. That is how we control the speed of the ship. Unfortunately, we don't have circuit network. These modules will be replaced by something else, I was pretty sure. The power pole still needs to go there. I guess the power pole does nothing really, but we'll put it there anyway. So one rare accumulator and one power pole. Alright, let's go supply it with the other missing parts. Now it's gonna launch rockets here for I don't know how long. But I'm sure pretty long. I guess that's partial stack stuff. Let's grab some of the modules. Let's just grab the exact amounts here. So we got this. We need 8 speed module Mark II. Guess we can. If we just paste this, let the bots just bring it. $276 speed module Mark III's. I hope we have those. Maybe we need to make them actually. Guess we'll find out soon. It does appear we have them. We have 144 left, so all we're missing is the Mark III productivities. Of which we need 272 more. Alright. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Alright, so this is the not full stack stuff we need to send up. Let's go. How's it going? A lot of the undergrounds have been built, at least the green belts have been built. All of the green belts have been built. So this is what is left of the green belts. Alright, so how many entities are we missing here? 25, 35... Let's say about 40,000 things still need to be built on the ship. Some blue belts just arrived. Alright, so I kind of want the rest of the ship to get completed first, so maybe what I should do is just deconstruct the middle part for now. It can wait a little bit. Let's first go look at that productivity module thing. Maybe we do want to put the other part of the bioflux in there. And depends on how it's going. Yeah, we have pollution going on. Where the heck is it? Never find it on the map. Okay, 20 pieces of bioflux are left. Let's check if nothing is about to explode. Okay, let's make a marker on the map so I can actually fly to it. There it is. There's the arrow. Give me arrow. Arrow. I see the arrow. Right, we have arrived. How's it going? So 20 bioflux spent. How's it going with the module count? We have about half left. I would say we can put the rest in there. We have made 600 uncommon modules again at this point in time. Kind of want to be... Is it possible to just... No, we can take out the Biter, but... Not the bioflux. Okay, so we need to take out the bioflux one by one by actually going inside. Okay, we are building up Biter a little. But not significantly enough that it is a problem just yet. 300 modules. Okay, so that is the amount we need for the spaceship at least. The thing is, if I don't continue making models, I need to recapture those Biter bases again. It's technically not really a problem. We'll hold off on giving them more bioflux for now. Thanks Rapucci for the 15 months. The onboard storage. I got a lot, but yeah, we also have a lot of... I'm not sure I have like 20 chests of storage. We have only about 2300 storage slots. That's a lot. My chest is about 50. It's like 46 chests worth of inventory space. Okay, let's reset that. So it's mostly belts right now. Okay, we're bringing in all of this stuff. I kind of want this to get built first so we can start building railgun shells and whatever. So yeah, let's deconstruct a hole in the center. Make belt-shaped hole. Why? I forgot the meme. If not belt-shaped, then why belt-shaped hole or something like that. Let's make a belt-shaped hole in the middle. Guess let's leave the outside part available. This is going to deconstruct mostly ghosts. But that should get rid of the missing belt problem thing. And now we should actually start requesting the stuff up that we need to have on the ship to start making things. Let's see, can we already see that reflected in what is being launched up? There's still a lot of red undergrounds. Yeah, those are still here, I suppose, in this section over here and this section over there. think we should just take that out then as well. Alright. So a couple hundred undergrounds, then we'll start requesting the rest. Good. Let's also put the productivity meters in there. And I think before we do anything else, let's have a look around the planets, because everything at this point should have switched on again. We're about 500,000 signs deep in captive biter spawner. Aquilo ship is finally on the way to Aquilo after having deposited the signs at Norvis. We are still overloaded on tungsten carbide. I guess that will remain being the case until we start making more quantum processors, which currently we are not. Okay, there goes some fuel, but that's about it. Can I remotely somehow... I don't think so. Everything is full. Right. There should be enough space on board to launch all the signs up. So now we're gonna launch... Look, that is why we look around sometimes to see if everything is working. That could have been costly. Alright, so we're launching up Aquilo. Gleba is working, because if Gleba is not working, you will know it. Let's have a look anyway. That was pretty amazing, man. We just built it, switched it on, and it has just worked ever since without any issues whatsoever. I'm not even being ironic, it's actually true. Okay, we're doing inserter stuff on that. I guess we also should use this one for the carbon fiber. So that's Aquilo and Gleba. Let's look at Fulgora. So mainly check if the rocket silos are good. Alright, that's not good. Oh, that is very much not good. We should not be automatically requesting, and this should be on. How is our Fulgoran sign stocks? Well, not yet empty. Alright, so... yeah, I think that'll be alright. Still have 100k signs left. That's more than an hour. Trawler does have that once per hour thing though. We're gonna get 54k signs on board. Yeah, I think we're gonna be alright. Now it's actually gonna load the signs. Man, I messed up a lot, didn't I? Back to Fulgora. Okay, so this is ready to launch signs. This is ready to launch holmium and superconductors. And this is ready to launch stuff for Gleba. Kind of backed up. Alright, let's see what we messed up on Vulcanus then. Okay, so these are out of sync. A little. Let's try to sync them again. This one has signs. This one should be going to northeast. 11,000 kilometers out. This should be 4,000 then. Okay, we need to wait a little bit. Uh, 12 and 2. It looks like around 12.5 to 13k. I want to switch that over. 2.5 here now. Back to northeast. It's easy to do handbrake turns with these giant spaceships. Okay, that is perfectly in sync now. One flies to northeast, one flies to Vulcanus, and they wait 10 minutes on either end. That is good. The Vulcanus itself does seem alright. So science production is going. That means belt production should stop. Unless I am done and didn't priority splitter it correctly. Then we will not be producing 1800 SPM. Like we should. So let's quickly fix that. I think maybe we should stop belt production completely. Although that will probably happen automatically now. Right, so problems on every planet. It is good we took a look. We were definitely early enough to catch the buffer though. Catch it in time for the buffer. So what did we F up on purple signs? Looks like purple signs is doing alright. Yeah, 1.8k, slightly less because we don't actually... one of these chests is slightly deprioritized, so that is where the... We're slightly eating through the buffer because we don't draw from all chests equally. There's a little bit of a annoyance. But for the rest, not too bad. How is it going with our rocket launches? Apparently we've been exactly on the edge where some of the fish got stuck on the chunk border. That's happened sometimes. Okay, we're doing plastics. How is it going with our ship? Right, that is what I want to see. Look at that, the railgun shell production is go. Somewhat. But we don't have railguns up here yet. Means I guess we can see how many are on the belt. 91 shells on this one. 98 on this one. Okay, the asteroid collectors are there. So what are we still missing? Alright. So I guess we'll take those things, launch them up, and then we can paste the centers again. So I'm just gonna launch all of these things up there. Starting with the fewer things. Then I have exactly 50 modules left. That should make this part with the signs as well. Why is there so much fish? I got slightly luckier than average with the starter lake spawn. Any day now. Here we go. Alright. And then exactly this one stack of modules in 2 different flavors. And then it's just the railguns. I guess that's what we should be working on next. Let's check out these. These are almost out. Do I have half of my modules left? I kinda do. I think we're gonna need slightly more, but yeah, we can do that. So yeah, let's first go put the rest of the bioflux in there. And then let's hope we don't forget to supply slightly more modules at some point. But I think first we're gonna do the rare railgun grind. The rare railgun grind of fun. I again overshot my destination. I have no idea where the stuff is. I haven't been doing much stuff on Norvis. Where the heck is the thing? Where are the blue dots? Over here. Why fluid tanks? Yeah, because I needed to put a wall piece in this chunk. Over here. But I didn't want to do that. So I put the fluid tank there instead. That does cover the wall piece, but it's actually located in the left chunk. So we have a couple more decoy expansion chunks. I think that was the reason. I don't get sidetracked that easily. Don't worry. Alright, we'll recycle the rest of these. Into the bioflux that we need. I was going with the build up. I guess it kinda hinges on the recycling results. How more Biter X we get back, the more we'll be building up in the front. Okay, we officially have eaten through more than half of our supplies actually. With the bioflux not being halfway yet, so we do need to bring more stuff here. Okay, now we are not going to have the advantage of seeing which bases need bioflux, so we are gonna need to be a bit precise. Alright, so all that we're missing now is the railguns and the stuff we don't have. So, we'll put back the blob. And we'll see what it does to the inventory. That's gonna request the belts again. So all that's left to launch up is basically belts and underground belts, which should go automatically. And this is sort of what the time lapse is gonna look like, I suppose. But then with everything. Like one of those old dot matrix printers. We are 3D printing the ship quite literally over here. Slow wave. There's a lot of lines to print though. A lot of lines to print. Okay, let's put the bioflux in there before it spoils, shall we? Okay, I'm missing 10. They went in. That's why we have a nuke in there. So I don't nuke myself. 210. Okay, let's go systematically. This is kind of a horizontal line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that went alright. These burner inserters should have the fuel to complete everything, barely. Why use like electrical inserters when you can introduce another point of failure? So far it's going well. Don't see any bite racks on the belt here, which are suspiciously low in. In health. I think we can start doing the rare railgun grind. Every time I look at this thing, oh god, it's not progressing, something is wrong with science. But no, nothing is wrong with science. It just costs 3 million science to research the stack, so it's gonna take a while. Okay. Good news. So I guess now we're gonna have like 20 minutes of railgun grinding fun to expand this into basically this much railguns. Hopefully we do have the fluid to do everything. Let's have a quick check if everything's still going right. We're launching up this science. How about Fulgora? I think the Fulgoran ship... 2000 on the way. Yeah, we are launching science. That's good. And the Aquilo Explorer is full with 108k science back on the way to Norvis. Let's check if Norvis still has Aquilo science. We should not be out. Yeah, okay, we still have 100k left, so that should be alright. We have 80k Fulgoran left, and we actually should have 150k of each science pack, but yeah, we kind of messed it up. And by we, I mean me. I think we're just gonna recycle those empty barrels. What do you get if you recycle a water barrel? You get a barrel. You can recycle a water barrel into a barrel. Maybe. Alright. Let's recycle water barrels into barrels then. And then in the end we'll recycle those barrels again into nothing. Alright, so plan is to do the railgun grind, then we resupply modules. And then the ship should be ready. Is the plan. Is that gonna happen that way? We are making decent progress, I think. Entire edges are filled out. We are just filling in the belt feeding part. How's it going with the asteroids? Do we already have some ice asteroids? No, actually we don't. How is the fusion power? Okay, all of the fuel cells are still full. So we haven't used much yet. We should still have enough. I guess it's time to alter the ship to our state. Unfortunately, I do not possess these things. Nor do I possess these things, which can give me alarms. So we'll delete that. Then it's just the railguns and the undergrounds. So let's start making the railguns. Let's start the railgun grind. We need just a single bot in our inventory, or we'll be too efficient. Right. That fits some inventory. I guess we could fit a couple of those, and everything fits in there. We also need 3 of these guys. Gonna do the Force the Hand of Fate machine. Block the output slots with the quality you want instead of the quality you are mostly supposed to get. I wish this would get patched instead of this, basically. This is fun. This is... I mean, it's powerful, but it's not really fun. It's definitely powerful, but it's not fun. Alright, so what do we do? Basically, let's try zooming this level here. So we insert everything. Let's just save here, in case I mess up. Insert stuff, insert stuff, insert stuff. Now this is not gonna stack. It's gonna get stuck at 100%. Now we know we get an uncommon result. Let's take it out. Yeah, uncommon. We don't want that. We don't want uncommon result. What we want to do is we want to take out the stuff again. And if we do that, it pops back in here and it restarts it. We just took out 4 of these plates. Okay, again, it doesn't work, so we take it out and it pops back in here. And of course, as we keep deconstructing it, we keep emptying in it. But if we undeconstruct it, we have enough tungsten plates in there that it just restarts again automatically. And that's basically what we're gonna do for around 300 times, I suppose. After 320 or so times, we should have 80 rare railguns. Yeah. I would wish this would get patched instead of the pipe stuff. You can do it with saves coming as well, since it's like a random thing. So you can save and load. But as you can see, especially if you have a large map, saving and loading takes a lot of time. Whereas this doesn't take a lot of time at all. Right, I could probably do more machines, but let's do 3. Okay, we got a rare one there on the first try. We got a rare one there on the first try. Here we didn't get one. We just wait until the construction bot picks up 1 item and it restarts. Alright. And all the while we're gonna have that rocket launch sound in the background. Okay, 3. Okay, so now we have not enough stuff in there anymore. Basically we just fill it again. So you have to be careful that you don't overfill the machine, because if I put extra stuff in here now and I deconstruct it, I will lose the extra stuff. There's a maximum amount that can go in the input slots here. So we want to be careful of that. But there should appear 76 in here if I do this. And then 46, because yeah, we're starting again with the 30 tungsten plates that the railgun requires. So we don't want to mindlessly keep filling the machine. I guess the safest thing to do is when it doesn't restart automatically, just insert a single stack again. I think that's alright. That'll work. It will not despawn any stuff. So let's just speed this up now. Okay, that's a rare one. Alright. I shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I guess when nothing happens, we just take out the railguns and restart from scratch. It's a little bit tricky otherwise to keep track. I don't want to keep track, I just want to mindlessly grind for a couple minutes. Maybe I can just make a deconstruction planner on slot 1 here. Technically we can just look if the machine does something. At least we can see all the railguns get launched up. Okay, 3. Back to the beginning. I'm not using my one hotkey. So the fluid does get consumed every time we do this. That's the disadvantage, I suppose. But the fluid is cheap. You could use it cancel switching to create, yeah, you could create unlimited source space in weird ways as well by having stuff move to the output slots, but then you have to be out of reach and do it from the map view. I should have done this when I still had stack size 3. It is bad. The thing is, I need to focus on this or I will mess it up. So that's kinda... hard for me. I take it out, take it out. Every time there's a tree, we take it out, basically. If there's a tree or the progress bar says 0%. Alright, we have a tree. Take it out, put it in. 2. Okay, that's another one. I think we're fairly unlikely to get a tree. Okay, we have not enough stuff, so let's just reset. Okay, tree. It's going well, 23 railguns already. Not too bad. Okay, we got one more. Something feels grindy. I just converted back to default settings. On default settings I would need to do this 0.3 times. That already does not sound so bad. Okay, we got another tree. Okay, now we're getting in the rhythm. You can see the railguns finishing, that's a good sign. Okay, nice, 2 in a row. 3 in a row. Not too bad. Need to wait for the construction bot to make it over there, so we cannot really click faster. Okay, we're slowly getting there. Let's also put the railguns on the bar so we can see. 30. So we got 80 now. We need 98 to launch them up to the ship. Wait, this one is still full. That range is worth the effort. Probably. I mean, I designed the ship with rare railguns, so I'm not gonna send it out with uncommons now. That just sounds like a too dangerous idea. Because we might need a lot more laser power if we do so, who knows. Okay, good luck. Why not just dump it to chest? Seems like manual is wasting the time. You gotta reset the recipe yourself. As far as I know, there is no way to automate this cheesing stuff. You cannot change circuit conditions mid-crafting cycle, so even with the circuit network, you're not going to be able to do this. And like I said, this is a very powerful part, but it's not a very fun part. But we're only doing it for the railguns. The rest we created, honestly. Maybe with recursive blueprints you could automate this, but you can automate a lot of stuff with it, which is not possible in the base game for a good reason. I just modded the quality mods times 4, yeah, that would be an easier way. Just put 100% quality in there, right? But then you get the kind of the thing with even distribution, right? I mean, you're saving time, which especially in like time pressure challenges, that kind of feels not right to me. And this was definitely a time pressured kind of challenge. Oh, we're getting there though. Our inventory was like full until here when we started. Okay, we're out of fluids. Out of fluids means we'll probably do a full reset. Yeah, like I said, you don't get the fluids back, so like we'll just need to throw some more barrels in there. So how's it going? 48. I actually have 98 railguns now, but I need to keep the 3 in there. How's it going with the Biter X first and foremost? 29 remaining. The last chest of modules. Okay, so we probably shouldn't wait too much longer. There's a big backlog. 30 minutes to spoil. 60-second crafting recipe at speed 2.4. Doing about 2 per minute. So this backlog shouldn't grow too much further, or we'll be in trouble. 18. I guess if this is gonna exceed 30, they're gonna... I know, 2 per minute. Okay, we'll be alright. It can exceed 50 or 60 or so before the Biter X will spoil. I don't see any Biter X circulating on the belt, so at least that part is good. And how is it going with the launches? Launching up plastics at the moment. Okay, there are still a lot of belts to be launched, but it's looking fairly complete. About 20,000 more undergrounds. This sounds like such ridiculous numbers. Right, fluid is back in action. Railguns are loaded. Let's continue the climb. And in fact, let's save. I really don't want to mess this up. 98 railguns made. I'm playing to have fun. Okay, a fair point. Fair point. Okay, 2 railguns on the first try. That's a good sign. When you become a content creator, you kinda lose that privilege of playing to have fun. I mean, I'm doing it to myself, so not gonna complain. No, we're only building one Prometheum hauler. One is gonna be enough for 1800 SPM. In the initial attempt, we tried designing a small one which could be modular and we could just add as many as we needed. That one kind of failed. As it turns out, the sides are much more vulnerable than the front side, so we changed to having a lot more front side and a lot less side side. I think we'll just add half a stack. Okay, we got 3. And we got 3. Okay, now we're starting to see the end here. And we got 3. Perfect. There is light at the end of the tunnel. And it's not actually a bug, it's supposed to work this way. I think the devs would categorize it under as not a bug. It is an exploitative behavior, but it's not a bug in the sense of that something is coded wrong. Like I said, you can do the same thing with regular saves coming. It'll just cost you more physical time, but less in-game time, I suppose, since you just reload to the same point over and over again. Me trying to multitask this and reading chat at the same time. Alright, the inventory is starting to look pretty empty now. Okay, there's a tree. Out of these. Not having a lot of luck for the last couple ones. Okay. Out of carbon fiber. I think we're nearing the end. I don't have any carbon fiber in my inventory anymore. I think we're gonna switch to just a single machine now. Just the top one. Let's take these out. Could potentially upgrade to a rare one if I have one. I don't see one. Okay, we can still do at least 2. Let's do 2. We'll just grab half the carbon fiber and put it in here. Alright. Out of fluid again. Really? Let's push this fluid back into the system. Same for here. Okay, I think I actually despawned some of that tungsten. I don't seem to have enough. Now out of fluid again. That's the last one. Yeah, it looks like I should have... I actually have 4 too many. How is that possible? Looks like I have 4 too many. At 78. Alright. Guess we'll go barrel by barrel then. Or 10 by 10 perhaps. Last 3 pieces. The slowest ones. Could you speed it up with undo redo? I don't think so. So the key is you need to wait. I have only one machine open now, so we can put this on the side. You need to wait for the bot to actually pick up something. Okay, out of fluid. I think something somewhere in this trick went wrong, as I have too much tungsten now. I think I got back 4 more tungsten than I should have at some point. Okay, once this one completes, that's the last one. Come on, or we need to put another barrel of fluid in. Life. Alright, 1 in 4 chance. How many times could this possibly take? Okay, there we go. That. Is 129 railguns. I think I'm wrong. I actually managed to despawn some other stuff as well, looks like. I just have 4 of this left over because that is what gets deleted by the construction bot, and I probably accidentally overfilled one of these slots when everything was crafting. I should have enough for 1 more. But oh well, that is the cost of doing this shady business, I suppose. We have lost some resources. But now we have ended up with a whopping 129. I guess we could use a couple more construction bots for this task. Welcome back, friends. We end up with 129 rare railguns. Okay, that's that multitasking going on. This bot already got all those railguns in the queue, so it's gonna finish it one way or the other. Alright, we did finish it before the... before all the bells got launched. 13k bells left to go. It's now plastic time. I think we're done with that chest. We got a lot of railguns. Still more? That's all of them. Okay, it is time to provide stuff to over here before everything starts going LDS assemblers up. I guess we just take whatever we have. First of all, let's see how many of these we've got. Those have all come from the uncommon ingredients, so that's not too bad. How are those doing anyway? Oh, okay. Those are not running out. The direct rare ones are not running out. It is the uncommon ones that are running out. Have not too many just yet. How many is that anyway? 1440. Is that divisible by 4? Should be. Then multiply by 5 means we need 1800 matching red and green chips. We'll take 2000 this time, because the stuff gets stuck in different types of machinery. I think that's all we need to take. And hopefully that's enough to not be left with extra Biterex. See if I can find it this time. Just should be straight here, right? Yeah, okay. It is straight. Alright. I took the wrong chips. We should have taken blue ones. Back to home we go. Okay, somebody's having way too many ideas about making bugs more difficult. Don't give nobody any ideas. I agree. Alright, captive biter spawner is definitely going to be ready before we need it. That is good. Because then we can actually design the initial exit up around captive biter spawners instead of natural ones. We do need a lot of uranium and capture bot rockets to end that fluoroketone fluid. We still have some barrels left of that, so that's good. These we can easily make from the from these nests over here, and uranium we should have plenty of as well. Let's have a check, because that takes a long time to make if we don't. Okay, we do have plenty of that to make the 50 to 100 or so biter spawners that we need. There's actually a trick we can do to make sure we don't get in trouble. Okay, so let's see if that works. Not sure where it's gonna go. Alright, so we should see this guy is gonna take from the last slot, so I should do this actually. But this guy is gonna add to the first slot, that is the idea. You know, if one of those eggs would bother to come up here, you could see that. Alright, so this is now 2. This is fresher than this stack, so now this stack will get consumed first, while this inserter keeps adding to the front stack. So if we do that for all of these chests, we can have a little bit of a safeguard. Because some of these guys definitely have a lot of eggs built up. Despite me having like 12 of these rare implants here doing their thing. Okay, so we might need even more resources here. How much stuff is left anyway? I think we will need some more stuff. 9 more bioflux. Right, the captive biter spawner question is going to be something for Sunday though, so let's not worry about that for today. Okay, the stack gets average, so yeah, you cannot really filter for... I think we're out of stuff here, man. Okay, we still have some rocket fuel left. Some blue chips. Are the last rockets are not getting stuff. I guess it's because the bots take stuff from the first chests. Right. How's it going? Okay. That is not looking too shabby at all. I think it's only underground blue belts left and the railguns. I guess we can force the building of the railguns. Let's grab them. Yeah, the captive biter spawners you can place yourself. The capture bot rockets let you capture the naturally spawning ones. But now with that you will be able to place them like assemblers and whatnot. Right. Let's do this again. No, you are not getting any. They're getting some. And then we just plop the railguns in. Oh. Rocket capacity 1. Well, that sucks. That's 100 launches just to get the 100 railguns up there. I thought we were gonna build them all in one massive array with 10 railguns per rocket, but looks like that's also gonna be something for the... Let's hope some of them here get built. 500 railgun shells. I guess nothing will happen unless we build one which is adjacent to that belt. Okay, it looks like, unfortunately, okay, there's some built over here. Unfortunately, we don't get 100 railguns built at the same time. So we're gonna do only the big ones. I guess we're gonna launch it on Sunday though. In that case, then it does not really matter, right? Let's get the railguns done first anyway. You know what we can do? Let's send all the stuff we don't need down. We oversend a lot of stuff. We do want to have some stuff on board. For the repair kit. So I guess we will leave those items on board. But we don't need any storage tanks, yellow belts, blue belts. We do need some of these. I'm just gonna launch a stack back up if I don't have a full stack. Keeping things simple. This is going to be useful on Norvise itself, I tell myself. Only have quality inserters. I want full stacks or nothing. Temporary assemblers. Extra modules. Okay, that's going to be a full set. We don't need walls on this ship. This ship doesn't have any walls. So that is part of the repair kit. So if I flick this on, we also should get the repair kit on board. This is set up in such a way that it only launches when we lose a significant amount. So only if we have lost 10 rare inserters, we will launch some new ones. And that should also make sure if we start with nothing, we should get full stacks on board. So let's try that. I do have rare repair packs here. Sure, we have infinite iron now. So we are allowed to do that. Let's first grab all that stuff we just sent down. Right. The blue belts need to go back here. Guess we still have railguns to launch. But oh well. It's plastics time now. Right, we'll organize the chests once. Once everything is launched, I think. Let's make some uncommon repair packs, because we got infinite iron now. Coming from space. We already have 430k. Let's make 2000. We'll make them in here then. We cannot get better quality, but so be it. These repair packs are going to be exclusively for the Prometheum ship. Yeah, millions of SPM is gonna take a while. That millions of SPM requires a lot of infinite technologies, and of course getting over the initial hump is gonna be fairly tricky. Put those in there. We are launching our belts again. Try to go for railguns first. I hope this is prioritized over this, but apparently not. Okay, that did not work as I wanted it to work. I think we're gonna get these exact amounts on board. Alright, in that case we'll switch it off. And we will basically read that, but manually. We want to start with the full stacks. These chests are almost full again. How's it going with the railgun front? Alright. Most of them are built. So that means these belts should... Yeah, 140 railgun shells left. Each one of these can hold 10 shells. So that's going to be 1,000 shells in the buffer already just in the railguns. And I think each of these 4 belts can hold another 1,100 or so once they're fully full. we should have about 5,000 railgun shells laying around, literally. Right, so in that case, all the blue belts are for that area still. Okay, so this is what we want to throw in. We don't want to rename this. And we want full stacks of everything. We can ignore the space platforms, I got those already. Just gonna send 16 up here. Grab the repair packs. We also should grab the stuff from which we just sent down again. So we got 400 on board, that should be 500. 500 space platforms, 50 laser turrets. Alright, we do have extra laser turrets. Probably should make some more to be safe. 10 extra railguns. Guess we should also grab those. Railguns are launched per one anyway, so those are going to get launched up automatically once we enable that. 10 asteroid collectors. I have 4. Stack of inserters and a stack of rare inserters. Stack of pipes. There's just the basics. I want to start with a full set because it makes it easier to see what kind of things we lost. Red bells. I think green belts are on board already. We want a stack of red splitters. Green is on board, and then one stack of every color of underground. And that's basically it. That's the repair kit complete. That means we now... Let's grab a steel chest or whatever. Okay, that looks like the railguns are complete at least. So let's put the blue belts back. Wait, no. No, this is our chance. Anything but the blue belts. So now we can actually manually launch up our repair kit. Anything but the blue belts. I think it should work if I just sneakily do this. Alright, it did work. Except for the pipes and the red bells. We have pipes, we don't have red bells though. Wait, what? It launched with... That is insane. It launched with a filled rocket, but then it launched with just the amount that was requested and left the rest behind. That's crazy. Alright then. Manual launch it is. Don't you dare leave stuff behind now. I forgot about the laser turrets. I guess the 10 railguns will go automatically. Okay, 500. 50 laser turrets. The railguns will come. Asteroid collectors. Inserters check. Pipes check. The nuclear fuel is just to indicate how many stacks it would be. So 7,500 stacks of Prometheum signs. We're missing the blue belts. The blue undergrounds. For the rest we've got everything. There goes the blue belts. I guess the blue belts will get built. That is why we're missing the blue belts. And the only thing left is space platforms. 530. Alright, 500 it is. And now we enable this. Only the rail guns are red. So if we grab these again. That should bring in the rare rail guns unless the plastic ship is here. The plastic ship is here. Of course it is. Right. Add the blue belts back. Throw those back. And we are a mere 124 launches away from having completed the entire ship. That's a lot of underground stacking. Yes, 1.7 million asteroid chunks of underground stacking to be precise. And this is the kind of the maximum throughput we can achieve on the ship. Without preemptively belting the quantum processors, but that's the tiniest part. That's like literal 1 in 36 items are quantum processors, so belting those, that would not really help. Right, so all railguns are built then. It's gonna be a while before this fills up, I suppose. We have no metallic asteroids in reserve there either. This already was in reserve for the fuel. Okay, some oxides are finally starting to stack up as well. Science still going well. Let's check on the Biter X. Okay, these have reverted back to Biter spawners, that's why they're absorbing pollution again. Okay, some of the chests at least are empty. Okay, we are out. We're out of things. It does appear to be the case if we just go there with whatever we have right now, we will be able to survive. Right, so then we brought over 10,000 or so. 10,000 plus whatever we have left here. Let's throw those in there. All my other stuff in here for now. Okay, there's no biter eggs circulating. Rare biter eggs are gone. So we got this left over. So I guess... Okay, let's switch armor. Let's just grab everything that was on the belt. Can I not zoom in? Can I please not zoom in? So we got 25 uncommons left. That means we need 125 modules. It might be the case. Okay, we're still feeding out. It's kind of a little bit variable in what gets recycled and what not. I guess we'll just hand feed our way out of here. It's going to be the fastest. Yeah, there's biter eggs left there as well. Okay, so let's grab those. We just recycle the biter eggs away, but it's kind of a waste to not use them. Oh wait, these are not finished, that's why. They're not starting yet. I'm feeding too fast. Still working as well. We're also getting some biter eggs back from recycling. Three, two, one. Yeah, that's it for biter eggs. Because there still we could get some back from recycling. We are not completely out of the woods just yet. Let's just try emptying the machines out from top to bottom perhaps. Okay, no bite racks in this part. No bite racks in this one. One on that one. Okay, we got one over there. We'll take it down. Bottom part. The bottom 4. Alright. Bottom 5. $2,000 bells left to go. Man, that was such an undertaking to build this thing. Holy moly. I don't even know when we started. It's now 573 hours in. Ship almost done. Prods almost safe. Restart button strikes again. Okay, this was pre-win condition. The SSA ship. Okay, here we reached solar system edge. 539 hours. Okay, I'm way back. And we did a fishing stream. I forgot about that. Alright, ready to start designing. 557 hours. So that's 16 hours ago. It took 16 hours. Plus editor time, I suppose, to design the first one. And I guess this one as well. How did the 1000X Dead World go? Pretty good actually. Ah, a hidden bite rack. Recycled it into the top one so that we wouldn't look there. Alright, don't give me back any bite racks. I don't want them. Don't need them. Okay, rare module, that's good. That doesn't get recycled. Right, it's just the bottom 2. Last recycle. No biter egg. Good. We're done. That's done. Let's grab this off the belt. Empty this machine. Guess we'll take that as well then. So that is 784 modules plus whatever. Yeah, almost 1400 rare Mark III productivity modules from that one session here. That's pretty good. Everything is safe, everything is empty. So the next time we need 1400 productivity modules, there they are. I guess, and 10,000 ingredients. %, not too bad, 6 hours to go. That is The blue belts are done. That's the last of the railguns. The ship is done as well then. The ship is done. Holy moly. If you believe it, I believe it. Request for construction. Nothing. Only the 10 rare railguns. We don't need the fusion power startup kit anymore. It has been started up. But we do need to pick up the quantum processors on the way back. And I suppose we should be picking up processing units and low density structures. So let's flick that one on. That is to actually build the rocket parts for the quantum processors on Aquilo, because we are not storing that many things. 80,000 quantum processors is the... How many launches? 400 launches. So that means we need 20,000 rocket parts, but we have productivity bonus. I guess I did the math. It's about 12,000 of them. They were leaching a little bit, I suppose. That's fine. We can take 15k of both. We have space. Just to be sure we don't run out. Right. I guess we're not waiting for all requests to be satisfied. If I cannot launch up 15k blue chips and low density structures in the time it takes me to consume 1.6 million Prometheum asteroids, then the ship deserves to crash and burn. So we're just gonna leave if we have less than 100k Prometheum asteroids on the belt, which is now, we have 0 on the belt, obviously. We're gonna fly out until we have 900k, then it's gonna turn around, it's gonna fill up to 1.7 million. We stop by on Aquilo to pick up 80k quantum processors, fly back to Norvis, launch up the Biter-X, which we have yet to design. I guess that's Sunday's job. And once we have consumed enough Prometheum asteroids that the belt count drops below 100,000 again, we fly off again to the shattered planet, and at that time we should have enough asteroids on the belt to fully consume the Biter-X that are left. 500 per rocket. So we might want to launch up slightly less than that, because we will be waiting for rocket launches potentially. Otherwise. But if, yeah, it should be, I guess we should launch up 1500 then, to be safe. That means there will never be more than 2000 on board. No wait, 2000 is perfectly safe. It is 10 Biter-X to 25 asteroids. So yeah, it is, we are a factor of 50 under that. We could have 40,000 Biter-X on board and we would still be able to consume them. Alright, so this is all fine. The real question is, how fast can we consume Biter-X? 7.29 a second. These are supposed to be uncommon beacons, I suppose. those had the actual stats of the machine on them. So I'm going to grab 2 of those. I don't have them. Of course, I get a rare result whenever I don't want them. Right, that's how we do it. Right, we can give back all of my blue chips, which are remaining. Not too many anymore. The red chips are also running out. Right, but we do have a ton of modules again. So that's good. Alright, so now this speed is exactly 16 Prometheum chunks per second, which is the maximum we can ferry in with the inserters. So we are using 6.4 byte per second times 4. That is our maximum absorption rate. So 2000. Should calculate the other way. No, let's do 2000 divided by this first. That's 78 seconds. Alright, that's less than a minute. I think we can safely launch up way more than that in that case. What about 20,000 byte? That is 10 minutes. So basically 13 minutes. It's probably okay. That requires 50,000 Prometheum asteroids. Yeah, let's go with 20k. I don't know how that's gonna go, but we'll see. I hope we're not gonna get stuck in an endless rocket launch loop. That should not be the case, since we are using only 25 per second. That is one rocket every 20 seconds. Okay, we could get stuck in an infinite rocket launch loop then. That there's always a rocket on the way. So we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. Because it takes about 30 seconds for a rocket launch to launch and arrive at the ship. So if 10 seconds before that cargo pod arrives, a new rocket launches, we will get stuck in an endless loop waiting for rockets. So we need to basically make sure at least 2 rockets launch at the same time or something. Probably do that with a simple wire condition, maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll think about that Sunday. Yeah, I think there's nothing else left to think about for today. This is on board now. We have literally exhausted our rocket parts. We are completely out of blue chips. That is awesome. That is actually not awesome, but you know, we got some backups. Alright. That's gonna get filled. That's gonna get filled. Okay, I'm just gonna bring this over. Right. Just in case we need it. Okay, low density structures we've got plenty. Right, yeah, so we are the blue chips, but low densities are plentiful. Rocket fuel is not really plentiful, but we are replenishing that. Yeah, this is a tall order, man. 15k low densities actually, question. Yeah, we got 26k, so that should be fine. I think we will grab a little bit more buffer here. Okay, that's about as much as I have in the backlog. Alright. That is safe again. Okay, not too bad then. I think that's gonna be end of stream safe here. I'm gonna launch the ship for the outro. Just to get a sneak preview. Energy is alright. We've got a mix of nuclear, solar and accumulators. And steam. Which is still working. Don't ask. This mess will organize another time. I did save, right? Yeah, we did save the end of stream save. Right. Let's just launch the ship for fun. There we go. Off to the shattered planet. Where are we? Alright, we are of course still waiting for low density structures. That's gonna be it for me for today. Let's go in editor mode so we can actually go onto the ship and walk around. I can fly in front of the ship. Oh, there is the planet. Look, visible planets in space. We can see it. The planet still exists somewhere behind the ship. And we are off. There goes the planet. That's perfectly fine. It's not that hot. Alright. I'm just gonna fly out here in space, right in front of my ship. Until we get past Aquilo. That is when the railguns will activate, and that's probably when the stream will end. So thanks everybody for watching. Hope you'll join me on Sunday when we will actually fly this thing out to the shattered planet and get our first load of Prometheum asteroid chunks. For today, I thank you all for watching. I hope you had a good time. I did. And hopefully I'll see you all next time.